This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, the floor is still open for debate. Any member interested in debating? All right, I'll call on the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just like to lend my voice to this Tourist Board Amendment bill. This is number 2 of 5 that is on the order paper, where we're intending to strengthen good governance, the good governance structure. This is all a part of the COI recommendation, and we're here basically to make the amendments. On the earlier bill, we talked about doing a basic cut and paste. We went through that bill in the committee stage and made amendments, and we'll do the same with this and the other 4 bills the other 3 that will come forward. Madam Speaker, so basically it's the structure, the reporting regime, and how this would enhance the structure of the governance of the statutory boards. I know persons may be a bit wary about the COI, but Madam Speaker, this is what we've committed to, and we are here staying resolute to implement the COI, the reforms that were agreed to. Now, Madam Speaker, I recall back in 2022 when we decided to these reforms, and thereafter we would get our quarterly reports, and it would always be what the government is responsible for, what the governors group is responsible for. But Madam Speaker, somewhere along the line, everything seemed to change. I would say the goalposts changed a bit, where now it seems that a reform is not completed unless it has been assented to. That is something that is out of our hands as a body, but it seems that we are now tied in to the entire process. So it's no more that the government is not implementing the reforms or what is there, but it's now that when the governor put his signature there, that's when it would be a check. Now we have no way of determining what he will do when it comes to that stage. There are some bills too that are still within the governor's group that still needs to come forward. But like I mentioned, we are all tied in. We're all tied into it, and it could seem that this COI may never go away. The next step is making sure that it bears fruit. And the verbiage will continue as to what is to be done with these reforms, and when will this order in council be lifted, because clearly everything would be tied back to what is done, what is not done. Are we seeing the results of these reforms? Are we getting this? And so we may be here for quite some time. So I just want persons to be aware. This is not what we signed up to, but this is what seemingly is the new trend. Is a new trend now. Well, Madam Speaker, on this Tourist Board Amendment Act, tourism is very important to us as a territory, just like financial services. Today we speak about the Tourist Board and the Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, I know how unbalancing it was when I just had my surgery and I was a bit unable to walk. So it's like you have financial services and you have the Tourist Board. Both of them are quite important to this territory. And I say that we need to pay keen attention to tourist board like we are to financial services. It's like you're on 2 feet, but you're hobbling. But we need to make the investment necessary for the tourist board, because tourist board is what we see our BVI landlords. We grow from that. We get businesses from the tourism sector. You see where villas are being constructed. You see car rental agencies. You see bars. You see diving shop, bare boats, fishing. All this is because of our tourism product. And we need to make sure that we pay keen attention and invest in it accordingly. Tourism to us, I know it basically started out back in the 60s. I think after doing some research, it would be the Rockefellers that started Little Dick's at that time. I think it was 1964, when it was proven then that persons should come to the BVI and invest. That was the land side of it, and then a few years later on, and I think in 1969, the moorings came on stream, and that's where you see now the seaside, and from then, it continued to grow. And Madam Speaker, the tourism has transitioned on from those years into where we are today. Remember when the airport was just a strip. Persons will get excited when they see a plane come in, and, eventually that was extended a little bit, and we now have the TB Letsom International Airport. We also saw the transition from the cruise ship, the cruise pier. When that was started, I think it was the late Honorable Lavity Stout that extended it, and then later on, back in a few years back, it was further extended to what it is today. Well, Madam Speaker, those are the trend in where tourism has been going over the years. The BVI is unique like no other Caribbean island to me. That is how I see it. We're made up of the 60 islands and islets. For those persons coming to our islands, you can eat breakfast on one island, drink a smoothie on another, have lunch on another, and even dinner on another. Now, we know that there are different islands that have quite a few islands as well, but they're not as close as we are here in the BVI, and that makes us unique. That is something that we could never change. What we need to do is make sure we enhance our product so that persons would come and enjoy what we have. And persons are coming to the BVI not necessarily to see what they see at their home, And we still pride ourselves on knowing that, the food, you don't see any of those franchises that, persons see in their places. Persons come here and, we introduce them to the panchis and the nitos, and, they go to the posas, and, those are the things that we have unique here in our territory. And it is all a collective effort with the private and the public sector. Well, Madam Speaker, getting to the BVI is a problem. And for years, we've always been at this stage saying, no, it's not the time. No, it's not the time to invest. Let us utilize what persons have around us. And Madam Speaker, we are seeming to be like parasites now, because we watch the other islands around us invest in their tourist vision, invest in their infrastructure, expansion of runways here and in St. Thomas, you look in St. Martin, you go and Guilla, everybody is expanding, extending their runways. And we sit down and we are like, they can come through, they can in transit in those places. Whereas people want to get to their destination in the quickest time and enjoy the island rather than having to travel. For years we've heard about Western Ferry Terminal. Needs to be expanded, it needs to be extended. We're at the stage now, thankfully, where we have 4 persons tendered and they're doing the evaluations for the bids. And we're hoping that that would be returned and we go from there in terms of signing a contract to do that development. The airport, many studies, we've heard about the studies. What was never done, Madam Speaker, is this Green Book business case. This is what is required by the United Kingdom. They agreed that this needs to be done. It was back in 2023. The Premier told me, let's get the airport extended. We had various meetings with stakeholders. We went to the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, they told us in that meeting that the airport is an investment to the territory. And the airport expansion would not be tied into the debt of the country, because they see the urgency, they see the need for it. And Madam Speaker, we are moving right along with the business case. Cabinet just approved the strategic outline case, and we're moving to the other stages of the business case, and we're hopefully by the end of the year, we would decide how the airport will be extended, how it will be funded, and hopefully move to the next stage. So, Madam Speaker, we are doing it right. We are doing it correct. And we're at the stage where we'll soon be engaging the public as to this airport expansion. But, Madam Speaker, we need to invest in our vision. We need to invest in our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, it was said, and in this House also, about the American Airlines flight. Madam Speaker, I recall when we went and see what was happening in Dominica, because I want persons to realize that the BVI, the airport, is one of the shortest in the Caribbean. 4,600 feet. Others are 8,000, 7,000. USVI, they're over 7,000. Anguilla is now going to about 7,000. We are 4,000 feet. Back in 2023, we decided to go to a conference route. We made the investment where we would be able to speak to these airlines directly. Madam Speaker, we took a team, went to Las Vegas. We had the tourist board represented to the director, airports authority, and the ministry, and we sold ourselves to basically all those carriers that we met with. American, we realized that there was a plane that could land on our runway, and we told them that they won't be disappointed. There is a demand to come to the BVI. They decided to come to the BVI. When they decided, they said that they would give us one flight a day, starting June 1st. But they would cut off at the end of August because of the season or the slow season, and resume, I think, in November. Madam Speaker, when the airline was launched and they realized that there is a demand to come to the BVI, at that juncture they added 2 flights per day. We went back to American Airlines and we told them we need them to come every day of the year. We don't want a seasonal trip to the territory. In December last year, they told us that they would do it year-round. And they have remained committed to that. Madam Speaker, later this year, they have said that there will be 5 flights a day based on the demand. What though, Madam Speaker, to me is encouraging why we need to extend our runway is that this year we have seen this new phenomenon with rain. It's raining quite a lot. And, on a normal day you would hear the pilot say, this is one of our shortest runway and just bringing persons aware. But Madam Speaker, what is hurtful is that when American Airlines or that flight need to cancel because of the safety and the lack of the length of the runway, and they have to take that plane back to Miami or San Juan. Madam Speaker, to me that is motivation or incentive for us to get to that next stage, extend our runway. We see later this year, Caribbean Airlines will be also coming. We've seen an increase in airlift to the territory. Just last week, Win Air, they came and they visited the territory just to see what is happening in the BVI because they are seeing a demand for travel to the BVI. They told us about all the interlines agreement and the tourists that would be coming through St. Martin from Europe and various places, and they would be the airline to get us there, get the people to the BVI. But Madam Speaker, we need to be able to have these flights come directly to the BVI. And I think it's something that we're ambitious about getting, ambitious about doing, and we're on the verge, Madam Speaker, of doing just that. Madam Speaker, this short runway is also a matter of national security. We saw it back after the hurricanes, Irma and Maria. Persons were stuck. Persons couldn't come in, couldn't go out. Took some private jets to come and land. USVI shut down. It was hysteria at that time. We saw it with COVID. During the COVID time, especially, make reference to St. Thomas. St. Thomas was deemed domestic travel from USA. Their airport was bustling with people. Sometimes you had to wait 3 hours from the counter to get to TSA. How many persons were? And this is during COVID. And what the USVI did to us is they allowed us just 50 people to come on our ferry. 50 people. Had to go and negotiate with them and give us an increase. But Madam Speaker, we are a resilient people and we found ways of getting our people to the territory. We see the emergence of the water taxis, or young businessmen were able to then get the people here into the territory. But Madam Speaker, I said that to say we need to be able to get our travelers to the BVI and back without depending on any other island. But when they come here, also, Madam Speaker, we know that we have some work to do with our infrastructure, especially here in Tortola with our roads. And it's no secret that we need to work on that. I remember hearing a debate in 2017 sometime, and it was the same cry. Derelict roads, we need to clean up the territory. Here, 7 years later, we are still at the same pace. But the Premier, I must say, he has committed to getting the money. Because it's just a dream when you want to get things done and you have no funds to get it done. But I must acknowledge the Premier's team for, I see it's on the order paper for $100 million. And a good fraction of that goes into the road infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we are working on some road resurfacing right now also. And I must say that though slow, it's coming along. I mean, persons are seeing a bit of an ease. I know there are still concerns. No matter what is done, there will be some concerns. Well, Madam Speaker, I think we need to also speak about how efficient we are as a territory. I'm going to go to the 38 miles of road that I announced last year. We put out a tender last year for that. 38 miles of roads. Going to do the whole territory to complete with asphalt. And Igata will be doing the concrete works. Well, Madam Speaker, up to this date, September 20th, I can say that Cabinet has approved this 38 miles of roads. The loan is coming, but this 38 miles of road is still in train. We announced doing the Premier back in April. Cabinet approved $1.8 million to do the same road resurfacing. And Madam Speaker, from April to September 2nd, it took us that long to be able to sign a contract, to be able to start these road works. But we constantly talk about the deplorable roads and, but Madam Speaker, we have to use these things as with some urgency. Persons who are responsible, we need to get these things done with some urgency. I'll speak a bit more on the 38 miles of road when we debate the loan. Well, Madam Speaker, we like I mentioned, we've seen this rain phenomenon. As soon as you cut some bush, they go right back up. As soon as you cut your lawn and your yard, they go right back up. We now have the rated program. They're engaged. It's nice to see the road cut, but then I'm sure a couple days you'll see the grass go right back up. I know there was a program where we could use the low-risk prisoners at one time. Maybe that is something that we need to look into to see if they can also assist. It would also assist them with a bit of some sort of money to help themselves and even help their family, because I think you would still have to pay them based on the work that they do. But we need to utilize whatever resources available to be able to assist with us to get in our territory, the bush, maintained, manicured. Madam Speaker, yesterday I heard the Minister of Health speak about we shouldn't be selling that we're closed, we have a closed season. And Madam Speaker, I do agree with that. I think we should sell that we're always open for business, whatever the offerings are. Because there are no shortage of people that would come to the BVI. I know years ago, even the Italians used to come at a certain time of the year. I'm not sure what is happening there, if we need to reach back out to them. And though we are speaking about the Tourist Board Amendment Bill, and I mentioned the financial services earlier, I would suggest Madam Speaker, even to the Premier, that we move towards a tourist board authority. Or tourism authority. I know when I go to Sea Trade and you see the other islands, they have a tourism authority. And I think we have the model with FSC that we can utilize and try to gain that sort of independence so that, we can really put that emphasis on tourism. Give them the authority, give them the autonomy so that they can really push tourism, because FSC, we see that they are trying as hard to get rid of financial services. What cannot move from this territory is tourism. The Lord bless us with these islands. These islands are ours. And we need to do whatever it is to protect them, enhance them, and make it as attractable as they naturally are. In a drop of a dime, they would say, we shut down your financial services because of this, because of that. You're dislisted, you're blacklisted, you're this. But tourism, you can't do that. This is ours. So, Premier, I think that is something that maybe you should look towards, this tourism authority, and see how that would work. But what I also want to say is that tourism is everybody's business. I know while working at the Department of Motor Vehicles, every taxi driver had to be able to do a test, and that test included knowing the BVI, knowing the sites, and what I would suggest is that everybody should also be certified, some sort of training in the tourism industry. I'm talking about from time you leave or you arrive to any port in the BVI, the person that is receiving you, whether it's on the ferry or at the plane, they are trained. You reach to customs, immigration, they are trained. You go to the taxis, they're trained. You go to the restaurants, they have some sort of training. Because when you go to the restaurant and you want to engage in a conversation, sometimes they want to know about your history. What about the BVI? We import a lot of labor, and sometimes these persons don't have a clue about the BVI. So I think that is something that we should consider for our tourism products, so that we would be able to, whomever the face is, they would be able to sell the BVI. And Madam Speaker, I must applaud the tourist board, because I see where they put out a press release the other day in terms of training with Forbes. I think it's a 2-day training, and I think it's sometime in November. And I think it should be where anybody who is in the industry would be able to go and do that training. Well, Madam Speaker, I just want to encourage persons. I know that I mentioned the Rockefellers, but then also, there are a lot of local investors. As recent as Quito is just being acquired by Mark Vanterpool, and we hope to see more of that, more persons in our local community. We have another hotel supposed to be started by the O'Neills. Well, Madam Speaker, we speak a lot about, Prospect Reef and Norman Island and Beef Island development. Madam Speaker, I think the Premier need to let what's happening there. We've been speaking about it for some time now. We want to see where we cut some ribbons. We need to be able to cut some ribbons shortly. So this amendment, I think it's welcome, and as we go through the stages where we work to enhance and strengthen governance. I think this is all good for us here in our territory. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Lusat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a brief contribution to this debate as we continue with the continuation of looking at our statutory boards. And this one in particular is the Virgin Islands Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024. We've heard during the debates earlier, particularly the one just now by our Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Reimer, the importance of tourism to our country, and give a little history about how it started and the significance of it to our economy and the lifestyle that we enjoy and would want to continue to enjoy because of the contribution that the tourism sector makes to our economy. But we want to also recognize that the fragility of this industry and the fact that we always have to be on top of our game, because rightfully, and as we all know, that we're not the only ones in the world or as part of this side of the world that's competing for visitors to attract them to come to our shores and to continually do so. My years at the Tourist Board, 6 years I served at the BVI Tourist Board, and it was a very enjoyable time, but very hardworking because we had a very small team, and you know, we all had to chip in at the time. Although we had our significant or respective roles to play, we all had to chip in and do what was necessary to get the job done. My responsibility at that time was product officer. And when I got that job right out of college, not knowing much about tourism, but I learned. I had the opportunity to be trained by a United Nations, UNDP, United Nations Development Program officer, who was assigned to the Tourist Board at the time, and I happened to be hired at the time she was there, and she spoon-fed me, she trained me, and so I became the product officer at that time. And at that time, one of the things that we used to do was visit all the tourism facilities, I should say, the hotels, the villas, even the yachts sometimes that we had to visit to ensure that what we are promoting is what we actually have on the island. So when visitors come, they don't say, well, we're false advertising. And that was one of the enjoyments. We've had a couple of times that we had to pull up some of our visitors or facilities to get them up to par and make sure that the quality was of a higher standard. And then we also had to invite what we call travel agents to FAM trips, familiarization trips. The Tourist Board would be responsible through the offices outside of the territory, those responsible for promoting and advertising the territory in our North American offices, those in Europe. They would bring travel agents down, and it was my responsibility to, you know, put together itinerary for these travel agents to visit the different products that we had. We'd take them on sales, take them to restaurants, take them out to lunch and dinner, ensuring that they saw the best of what we had to offer. And they would go back and write articles in their various magazines and, you know, promote our territory. And I say that to say that times have changed, and over the years we have seen the growth of our tourism industry. We've seen the increase of the need for the increase of the staff at the BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission. And we've also seen the amount of interest in our tourism destination, and not just from travel agents as before, but others that are really showing an interest in the BVI. And we have now can say that we are proud to say that we're almost, if we haven't met it already, I haven't seen any update yet, but the million number of visitors, we're almost making it to 1 million visitors visiting our shores. And that's a great achievement, Madam Speaker, I would like to see. But we also recognize that we have still further to go. There's still work to be done. And although the visitors are coming, we have airlifts coming. The minister neglected to mention that I believe Caribbean Airways will be coming in terms of their first flights to the territory in October. I think that is scheduled to be done. So we have a number of interests coming, and not just, from just the back in the days, but we see an increase. And Madam Speaker, it is so important for us to be positive about these things that are happening, and for us to trump our own efforts and our own achievements, because if we don't do it, then no one else will do it for us. And the fact is that we are making strides. We are making strides. We do have some developments coming. We talk about the additional rooms that are coming from the Joma Properties investors. Yes, we do have to get going with the Prospect Reef project. We have Peter Island Resort that's going to be coming on stream, reopening very, very soon. And there are also some of the other projects that are coming on board. So our tourism product has a bright future, Madam Speaker. And it is important for us to dot our I's, cross our T's, make sure everything is in place. And yes, we also have to ensure that the environment in which we are inviting these people to come to visit, our roads are properly done. They're being worked on right now. There's been a lot of cries about the poor, deplorable position of our roads, but we're working on the roads right now. Work has been done to get those fixed. And, and then in addition to the roads, we have some lights coming street lights are being replaced. And that's important for us to have the proper lighting in the territory. So things are happening. And I know for sure it's been a sore thumb for us to have the bush not being cut as frequent and as often as it should be done. And that's taken a while, and unfortunately it is the case. But we are happy to say that we're making strides with the bush cutting. And I am very pleased to announce today that we are going to start with the bush cutting in the 4th District. And I just want to thank my constituents for their patience and for their understanding. But we were able to get additional funding in the last SAP that was passed, or the first SAP that was passed for the year. And in the SAP, we were able to obtain or get some money to do whatever we wanted to do in our district. So each district representative was able to get additional funds to do what was necessary to get the districts up to par. And I will be using those funds to get the bush cut, because I believe it is very important. It's for safety reasons, and not just for beautification, but safety reasons. So we will be seeing persons who express interest in jobs to get the bush cut or cut the bush. These persons have submitted their quotations to the Ministry of Communications and Works. They are being evaluated. The deadline was yesterday. They are being evaluated, and it's expected that persons will be awarded the jobs to start the bush cutting by Monday or no later than Tuesday of next week. So, Madam Speaker, I know, yes, there's also another sore thumb of the garbage collection. We're working with the Department of Waste Management to work out some ways in which we can collect our garbage a little better, keep the areas of the garbage bins a little cleaner. I happened to come across a gentleman the other day right outside here on my right where the garbage bin is, and that person was from the solid waste department. Because what would happen is that, you know, the trucks would just collect the garbage from the bins and leave the surrounding areas untidy. And he said basically, because I approached him about it, because in that particular area, you know, the garbage is outside of the bin and it's not being cleaned. And he said, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm going around to all the bins, assessing what's being cleaned, what's not being cleaned, and then we will go back to the contractors and ensure, because it is part of their contract, to not just collect the garbage from the bins, but to clean around the bin as well. So I did go back again and I did see there has been some improvement. So there are things that are happening, things that are being put in place to ensure the territory is cleaned, things to ensure the bush is being cut. And as was said earlier, that we are getting a lot of rain, and the minute you cut the bush, the next minute it's back up again. So what we need to do now, Madam Speaker, is have a maintenance program where we can continuously cut the bush because it is growing so fast. And in terms of going back to the tourism sector of it, and all of this, of course, pertains to the tourism sector, because we must have a clean environment, you know, like other places in the world that you travel and you see how clean their countries are. We want the same for our country as well. And we have to continuously work and work and work until we get it done and get it right. We can't sit on our laurels, and that's not the plan. And we will continue to work with the industry partners, the businesses. And this is why very soon, and I've spoken about it before, and I hate to come back and say that it's being worked on, but the next time you hear from me, the PPP, the Public-Private Partnership Program, we will hear that it's being launched and we have things in motion to get it kick-started. And we're looking forward to that, as we have heard from a few of the businesses, and they're excited about this program as well. So again, just to reiterate the importance of our product and enhancing our product. And just to share with you, Madam Speaker, some of the things that the Tourist Board has entrained for the 2025 budget year, just very briefly to share some of the things that they have in mind in terms of looking forward or going forward for 2025 in terms of its strategic plan. And we do have a plan that's going to be coming on board with the assistance of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, the BVI Tourist Board, the Ministry, of course, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sustainable Development, and of course our industry partners. We will be coming forward with a meeting very soon and working on this tourism plan. But in the meantime, the BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission has a few strategies in place that they wish to achieve for the 2025 budget. The one of them, of course, is increasing visitor arrivals. Although we've seen an increase, we always want to see more visitors coming to our shores. And the other one is enhancing visitor experience through local events. And that's a part of our product. When the visitors come, they want activities that they would have lasting experiences, lasting memories of their visit here in the BVI. And data collection and analysis. Of course, data collection analysis is very important. It helps you to plan when you know what information you have. The data is very important. Tourism education, Minister Reimer mentioned about it before, our capacity building. We have to ensure that though you may not be in the industry directly, working in the industry, you know, all of us, tourism is all of us, all of our business. So we need to be able to share with each other, share with our visitors. Someone stop us on the street, we can share the information, they ask us for directions, they ask for advice as to recommendations to have a restaurant here or dinner. Where is the best place for, although all of us places are the best places, but what would you recommend visiting or having some meal, local dishes? So all of us should be able to answer our visitors when they arrive. So the importance is for us to be aware of what's going on in the territory in terms of having the tourism education. And elevating the industry service standards and training. Of course, training, as I said before, is very important, ensuring that our people are in the capacity to be able to fit the roles in these the tourism industry. And we have some hotels coming forward. We'll have to find persons to fit these jobs, and they need to be properly trained. The increased local, regional, and international marketing. Now that is so key to our industry product, because in order for us to attract visitors to our shores, we have to be able to market our destination. We have to be able to participate in the trade shows, in the conferences, and being out there, being visible, and being aggressive, in terms of selling our destination. We have the best sailing in the world. The other day, I was bragging about the fact that we are the sailing capital of the world, and I mentioned that to my daughter, and she said, well, no, because they're now saying that we're the sailing capital of the Caribbean. So they brought us down a notch, and she showed me the article where they're saying that we are the sailing capital of the Caribbean, and I think it's Rhode Island that they're saying is the sailing capital of the world. But I beg to differ, to say that the British Virgin Islands, we are the sailing capital of the world, and not just because of the fact that we have all these different anchorages, but the layout, the natural layout of our islands makes it so beautiful and pristine that when the sailors come, they have a wonderful time in our territory. So we have to brand refresh, we have accountability and transparency in all that we do. There's accountability and transparency, and we must have a return on investment and funding on the economy. So these are the strategic areas that the Tourist Board and Film Commission, with the assistance of the ministry responsible for tourism and all our industry partner, for us to achieve these strategies and to achieve these goals. So it's not to say that there isn't a plan, but we need to strengthen it a bit and have a more detailed plan in terms of how we're going to move forward with our tourism industry. So there are things in motion. Is that, I've heard that we don't have a plan, but in order for us to move forward, there must be some kind of strategic plan in place, and this goes to show that there are some plans in motion, and then it will be strengthened, and then we can share with the industry what our plans are. So, Madam Speaker, this bill that we are about to debate very shortly as I sit down, we looked at it, and it's basically, as was said before, the same outline or framework in which we had done the first one, the one that was concluded yesterday. But we will go into debate in committee stage, I should say, and of course, which is expected, clause by clause, look at all the clauses and make amendments, make changes if necessary. And then, because of course we have to have, the structure. We have to have the proper processes and procedures in place in order for us to move forward. And this, Madam Speaker, I believe will help us to move our industry forward, be a bit more competitive, be a bit more aggressive in the industry, and so that we can sell our territory. And of course, once we do that, it means our economy, the growth in our economy, and then we as Virgin Islanders and those who chose to live among us, increasing our lifestyle that we are so grateful for. And I want to end on a positive note, Madam Speaker. I know that, it's a very challenging time for us as we go through what we're going through as a result of the Commission of Inquiry. And we spent a lot of time, Madam Speaker, in the House of Assembly ensuring that the recommendations that were come forward, the bills that were brought forward for us to debate, review, and pass, we spent a lot of time in the House and a lot of hours. We're even here. The 2 days that I was told when I got on board, started this whole process, were supposed to be Tuesdays and Thursdays. But Madam Speaker, as you're aware, we have to give additional hours. We're here from Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, into long hours. And we're almost to the end. And I suspect that while we go through these bills, we're almost to the end, and it's been some time, but it was important for us to be here. And I believe some things may have gotten neglected, because when you're here in the House, for some of us, especially those of us, the backbenchers, our work is not being done because we're here, but it's important for us to be here. And then we have to find additional time and hours to get the work in our districts done. So I would just like to thank my constituents for their patience. I know what they're saying, they're not seeing me, but I will be out and they will see me more and more. But I thought it was very important to mention that we spent some long times, is coming to the end, and I think that the country or the territory will be much better in terms of having these bills and these acts centered to and moving forward for transparency, accountability, good governance is what's very important for us. And I also like to end by stating, despite us having the bush, and I know it's about to meet in the middle from both sides, but that is being addressed, as I said. Be on the lookout, be on the positive side, and to say that we have such a beautiful country. And with all of the rain that's coming, we have a green, beautiful country. Because just a few months ago, we had droughts. It was brown, we could see through the hills. But today, when you look at this beautiful country of ours, because of the rain, the rain is making the grass and the bush grow a little faster. But the fact of the matter is, we have a beautiful country and it's lush and green. Our systems are full and we have a good life here in the territory. So I just want to end on that positive note, Madam Speaker, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other member? No? Okay, I'll call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to the Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, like the bill that went before us and before this bill, this bill also will have to go through, I know we say it went through amendments, but it will go through with major surgery if the government choose to do so. But Madam Speaker, like I mentioned before, you can't have statutory boards one size fits all. One size fits all, Madam Speaker. It doesn't work. We have now a tourist board that deals internationally, trying to get people to our shores. And we're trying to equate it with our statutory board that just concern itself with local businesses here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these amendments are stemming from the COI recommendations B24, 25, 26, and 27. And 24 states, Madam Speaker, I recommend there be a review of all statutory boards to establish quite a number of things. And then B25 says, I recommend that there be a review of the provisions under which statutory boards are established and maintained. And recommendation B26 says, I recommend that there should be an overriding statute that sets out the framework for all statutory boards. And B27 says, as part of our proposed constitutional review, I recommend that consideration is given to establishing a statutory board commission. Madam Speaker, it's just not here, but it seems like the COI recommendation is taking one side from, I don't know, from England, from the different places, and just want to land it in BVI, where culture and practices and things are different. And I am so proud that the members on the other side recognize that it can't be one size fits all. And they're making to me, the appropriate changes in the law so that these statutory boards can operate as they were intended to do, more efficiently and effectively. It is true, Madam Speaker, that over the years that there were some issues that needed to be confronted at a point in time, but they never did. And we need to fix this stuff because everything is changing, you know. One thing that is constant is change. And we just need to constantly upgrade our legislation or procedures or regulations to make these boards more effective and efficient as they were intended to be, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these boards were created to deliver a product that the government bureaucracy, because of its many inherent problems or procedures, could not deliver, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, way back to the tourism, the national park shows like that we did, like go way back in the 60s. And I remember being on the other side, and I think it was 2006, I was reminded that we had to do a major surgery to that bill to accommodate contribution that we were getting from the Rocky Fellows, which is Sandy Key, I think it was. In other words, he will not give it to you if you didn't have certain things in place for you to take it. You know, so that was done and it was handed over and we have it. And the tourist board, if we settle the tourist board with some of these procedures that is being recommended, I think we'll be doing a disservice to the tourist board. I know, Madam Speaker, the tourist board has its many problems and issues that needs to be addressed. And I show over time, and the minister responsible for the subject will correct these stuff so that the tourist board can run in a more efficient and effective way. Madam Speaker, even the composition of the tourist board, as it is, that was set up so long ago, needs to be looked at, whether additional members need to be placed on it. And I know there are organizations that are constantly being created, and they control a large section of our tourism economic pie, and it needs to be represented on the board. And I hope that we will continue to change in the membership of the board to make some of this stuff happen, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I met with UK representative some day ago, and we were talking about all of these these changes they're making to statutory corporations. And I tell them what you're doing is making them a lot more ineffective and inefficient under the guise that it's good governance and good government and all of these good things. I did tell him, I don't know if he understood, that the road to hell is paved with good intention. So we can do all of these good things, think we're helping, but we're causing more harm. And as we go through the bill, Madam Speaker, which I have marked up. Well, everybody who knows me, I always marking up stuff. And we'll go through the bill and we'll make changes. Some of the changes are similar to the changes we made in the tourist and the National Park Trust bill. So I guess again it will be it will be quicker for us to do some of the things that needed to be done in this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mentioned before that it's going to be extremely difficult if we continue to put things in bills that will prohibit or will cause people to not want to solve. And we are creating legislation that will only allow people who probably doesn't have anything in this life to solve on these boards. And I don't think that's the intention, because when you look at the membership and the qualifications for members, you have to have a good standing in business, you have to have this, you have to have the other. But if you're going to tell me in order to get a stipend for sit on this board to assist my country, I have to disclose what my wife have, my children, my parents are the girlfriends, right? This is our boyfriend. Sorry, Don. It becomes serious prohibitive to do some of this stuff, Madam Speaker. Nobody wants to do this. So I think the AG has came up with a good phrase. If the things that you're involved in has any attachment or pecuniary interest on the board, then you need to just say so, and it's limited and those kind of stuff. But for anyone to follow out of 15, it's not so much. A 7-page document, I think we accent people to not solve. And we got this distance, Madam Speaker, because people solve. They solved and they solved without, a lot of times, only here recently we started paying people to solve. And people were happy to solve. I can't call it paying, a stipend, $400 or $200. If now it depends on the board you're on, you get about $1,500, because it's a constant request for your time, which is fair. But when you look at the person who's solving and giving their time, for them to have to do all of this, it's just a prohibited. Why will I want to do this? And then the interest form has to go someplace, and eventually you're going to tell you it needs to be an open form for anybody to check to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong. But if somebody's doing something wrong, they need to pay the penalty. So some of the stuff is prohibited, Madam Speaker, and we need to make sure that those things don't end up in some of these documents. I think we can do good governance and good government without some of this stuff. When you catch people, do what you have to do. Madam Speaker, we had a big discussion, again, it's here in this document, whether members liable for carrying out the functions, the function as a member of the board. And again, I think we were able to come up with a solution that indemnify the member if he what he was doing, acting in good faith in what he was doing, or he honestly made an error and it was proven that he did, and he or she will be indemnified. Madam Speaker, there is some stuff I don't know if I think we made some amendments in this bill where the minister does special audit. I think when you say audit, you're thinking about financial matters. And I know the Auditor General is responsible for auditing, I think, the Tourist Board and all the statutory boards. What needs to happen here, Madam Speaker, under this clause, you know, the minister could initiate investigation into whatever matter he thinks needs to be investigated in the Tourist Board. I don't think we spell it out properly in the National Park Trust. But you hear all the things on the street with the Tourist Board, even with this non-stop party and then the music fest. So it needs some reporting on it, exactly what's happening. What happened to the money? If we made any? If we did, then say so. So the public could be relieved of any accusation of the members doing anything that is wrong. Madam Speaker, we also need to pay attention to the clause that we looked at in the National Park Trust, where the chairperson seems to be an executive chairperson and not just a chairperson for the board. I know we try to take away some of that. The chairperson, I think it was under the mischief part of the bill, where if the chairperson feels the person was misbehaving, was guilty of misconduct, the chairperson could do this and that. That's an executive chairperson. That can be a chairperson for a board. I think that the act is giving the chairperson more authority than they should have. The board should make those decisions, and not just the chairperson. And so again, when we get to this clause, we will try to correct what is happening in that clause. Madam Speaker, you know, again, we resigning from the board and then asking the person and things like stay on and that kind of stuff. All of those things needs to be corrected, because if you don't have an appointment, you can't be on a board. And the whole matter of the procurement of the board, I think we came up under the Tourist Board. I think I like the clause where the Tourist Board will create its own. The board will create its own procurement rules within 30 days. I'll be carried up. I think we were talking about 30 years or 90 days. 90 days to create your own procurement rules, and it's subject to the approval of the minister, and we have no doubt that the minister will do what is good and right and discuss it with the financial secretary. She'll even take it to cabinet for cabinet approval so it can get the highest approval rating. Because, you don't want people to be accusing people of doing wrong things that they didn't do. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be too long, but let me finish and talk about, all the members spoke about it, the uncleanliness of the country. I came in on Sunday on the Minister for Communications jet. It's a regional jet, so I could call it a jet. And they did announce that it's a short runway, and we're gonna have. Madam Speaker, I meant the American Airlines jet that he was responsible for getting here. So they did say that they will break heads, so brace yourself. So, but that's not the first time I came in on it. I think that 3 or 4 times, and I think I was landing home, so I wasn't scared. So, yeah, I was home. The cleanliness coming from the airport, Madam Speaker, all the potholes. There were many. I think we should. I think do what Lou says. I mean, the junior minister for tourism. Let us have a team of people that constantly go out on the main road. If you can't throw asphalt in it, throw something in the holes. Let's say it's raining, you can't throw asphalt. Throw something in the holes until you're ready. You can throw something else. But the holes are too deep, and they're destroying people's cars, front ends. Some cars are a little more expensive than others. The front end part I'm talking about, and it costs a lot of money to repair them. And and I was extremely, while I said the bad part, all the way down to the college, there were these major potholes, and when you get past there, you get to realize that the government was doing something, and I thank you for doing something. And so they were paving the road, and I came to Fish Bay, and I realized that they think that Fish Bay is mine. Fish Bay is not mine. There's a lot of owners in Fish Bay, Madam Speaker. But I was happy because the bottom of the road was not good for vehicles. So if we go to West, we just need to erase the holes as they appear. You drive on right there by outside of the Republic Bank, Madam Speaker, there's a huge pothole developing. You go across the way you turn to go on Admin Drive, again, the potholes are developing. But a constant approach to it, and Public Works needs to, I don't expect the minister that you're going to go there and do these things. I don't think that. I was a minister, I know exactly what you can do and what you can't do. But, Madam Speaker, we need to get whoever is responsible. Public Work is it. You need to give them the resources so that they can travel the road. I know long ago, Madam Speaker, there was people, supervisors in Public Works, who are assigned to different parts of the major roads. They go out and they do the investigation, and they have a team of people, and they go and fix what needs to be fixed. And that wasn't long ago. Some in the east, one in the east, one in the west, on the ridge. and they're responsible for those areas to make sure that things are good. You know, we need to get back to some basic stuff because we're in trouble. All the organs of this country is in trouble. We need to fix them, you know. We can't continue this way. The bush is major. Making it look like the bush grew up overnight. It takes weeks for the bush to grow up. Once you cut it takes weeks. You know, so you know if it rains constantly, you send the same people out. And Madam Speaker, and I hear my colleagues on both sides. The procurement rules, they say, are the ones that causing some of this stuff to happen. Not the bush to grow, but the cutting to not be done. And I discussed this with the UK representative, and he said we are misinterpreting what they wanted. That's not what they want. But we put it in the act. As we are the ones who put it in the act. I am just reporting, Madam Speaker. So we are the ones who did it. But the Premier himself, Madam Speaker, I will do no such thing. Madam Speaker, the Premier himself got up here with a good argument. He got it from his technical people. We need $23,160. If I wrong with the one, they will correct me. $23,160 to live in the country. Minimum wage. Living wage. Call it whatever you want. So the dying wage is $10,000. And then we set something in the law that only allowing somebody to make $10,000. And they can't get another job until 6 months after, which is the end of the year, the end of a year. You know, all of this don't make no sense. So I brought it up with the UK representative, Madam Speaker, and he said, no, it's not. We're not responsible for that. So we are the ones who did it to ourselves. We misinterpreted what they wanted, and we think this was right. Again, Madam Speaker, 15, 20 years ago, something that was costing, well, let me go back a bit. When I was the Minister of Finance, almost 20 years now? 2007. The major contract was $60,000. That's what they were. Madam Speaker, when we get Public Works and the Ministry of Finance did do an analysis, what a 60,000 contract back then, what is it worth now? That's what we did, and we realized it was close to $100,000. So we set major contracts to $100,000. Madam Speaker, if you take them same major contract, the same level of work, it costs a lot more now. But we set it to $100,000 again. It don't make no sense. There's always an argument for some of this stuff. You know, the cost of living is just cost of living. You know, if you keep these numbers constant, you will not make any progress. So, Madam Speaker, even if you allow the Tourist Board to accept the procurement rules of the government, they will not be able to employ not much. Because when the advertising and stuff is to get a 3-second ad, I used to hear 300,000. I show it more now, depending on where you're advertising. I was on the British Airways plane in St. Kitts is there advertising on all of on the flags. I didn't see BVI advertising. So, Madam Speaker, the procurement rules cannot, as it apply wholesale, the principles could move forward. But the numbers that it's foolishness. You would send some people to cut some bush, Madam Speaker. When they get, no wonder the bush going back up. When they get halfway, Madam Speaker, the $10,000 is up. So they stop. And they got to wait 6 months, and the bush is going up in 3 weeks with the rain. This is a simple argument to argue with anybody. This doesn't make no sense. But the country is in trouble. The roads, some of the holes that have been erased, the main street holes, and the minister erased them with his team, which is good, because you couldn't drive down Main Street without falling in the holes, and they were getting deeper and deeper. So when I came back and I realized, well, you could drive down Main Street now, but I used to avoid it. Madam Speaker, we just need to get teams of people just doing what needs to be done. It's a simple thing, but you can't do it with the procurement rules you have. And the governors and all the people in England, they didn't know it. All they want to make sure that we're doing is that we're not doing wrong things. Like some years ago, Madam Speaker, all of these bills is here before us, these statutory board bills. They're here before us because we did something that was wrong. Madam Speaker, we got into office and we abolished, asked for the resignation of every board in the country. That's a wrong signal. If there were people on these boards that needs to be removed, and there was a way to remove them. But all the boards, you just bring attention to yourself, and the four recommendations that I read out here with the COI, that's why they came into being. And now you got to go in the Constitution, review amendment or whatever, and they're going to try to force you to institute a statutory board commission for a little country with 32,000 people. It's foolishness. Where are we going to find people to serve on these boards? Come on, we ain't that bad. Out of 100% of us, I will guess that about 12% of us have challenges. But the majority of us is not like that. We want to go heaven and we want it. So some of this don't make no sense. We need to argue our points to the British people. Because what they're trying to impose stuff that they have in their House of Commons. We have a little 13 people. We can't afford to get 15, but we need 15. But for the avoidance of doubt, the Speaker will be the 16th member. The AG will be ex officio non-vote. And at this time, we get an independent legal advisor in the House. You can't serve three masters. I hope they don't create a statutory board for AGs. But Madam Speaker, we need to stop. We like to look at the athletics and praise and all the people who are doing well, but it's a relay. You can't, when you get the baton, baton. You can't go to stupidness with a baton, throw it up there and try to catch it. Know that people who have spent their time trying to get it to you, you have to secure it strong in your hand and run with it and get it to the next level. Madam Speaker, the bill before us needed to be here because the tourist board has its challenges, and it ain't just now. You know, I know of the tourist board when Miss Eileen Parsons was there. I know when Russell was there. So, and I know all the and she was there. And but so, Madam Speaker, there were a lot of tourism directors to get it to where it is now, where Mr. McCoy is it. But he cannot fumble. He can't fumble the baton. We got to move forward. And tourism is something that started my colleague, my young colleague from Minister of Communication and Works mentioned, Little Dixby. You know, I was here. I was here. I was here when the roads went to West End, to where you live, along the bay. I was here. You know, maybe that's when tourism, religious tourism, everybody was walking there. And then in the mid 70s to early 80s, that's when a lot of our people just leave the country and went to Canal Bay, St. John, and to New York, and they all went into some hospitality business. And in the 80s, the late 80s, 90s, they started coming back home. And they were the people who were doing all of these restaurants and guest houses and things. And I sure, I don't know if the premier is old enough to remember the Dawsons out at the top tip of Beef Island, Township, you know. You're old enough, man. Your mother used to carry you? You didn't used to pay though. You didn't used to pay. But you know, those are the people who left and came back and tried to establish the country as a tourism thing. You had the Carries who came with one boat because they recognized, and you had the guy out of North Song Bitteren, the Hawking, you know, they came with, and they helped us build up the country, and it was going quite well. But when you get a baton, you can't stupidness with a baton. You got to build a country with a baton. So, Madam Speaker, we have issues with the tourism product, airlift. We need airlift. There's no doubt that, in my mind, the airport should have already been extended. It happened that there were meetings after meetings, and a meeting to keep another meeting, and as long as it go, and we did. There was a business case done for the airport. KPMG, I think they were the ones who did it. You know, don't mind them with the foolishness about green book and red book and orange book. You know, they come up with something every step of the way. But Madam Speaker, when the airport was being extended to what it is now, there was all kind of confusion about it also. When Lafty, they were doing it, Honorable H.L. Stout, there was all kind of confusion. You think you're not going to have confusion doing it? You're going to have it. Make up your mind and walk through the confusion. But we need to extend the runway. You know, we were hoping that, well, when we were there, we would have added 1,000 feet to it. 500 on the western end, and 500 on the western eastern end. You know, and then there was this huge plans to go to 7,000 feet. But the airport needs to be extended if you want airlift in the country. And I do agree with you. We can't be dependent on other people for our survival, especially if you don't have any control over that, over those people. You have to look, you know, you can't depend on your neighbor for your survival. You gotta, eventually your neighbor ain't gonna be able to keep you, you know. So Madam Speaker, airlift is extremely important, and we need it both for not just tourism, Madam Speaker, because when we were looking at airlift, we were looking at the commercial court, which should be a self-sustaining court, yeah, and the arbitration center. We were expecting people to fly in from New York straight to Beef in the morning, go to court, do their work. By the afternoon, they're going to have to go. That's the vision that we had when we were there. You know, tourists come, they're going to stay a week, 2 weeks, but the commercial side of it for the arbitration center and the commercial court needs to be something that we do it for also. And that's why we were trying to get it from Chicago, the whole eastern seaboard up to New York, to be able to land here and do business and go back. Because if they get back into New York, wherever, they can go any place in the world they want to go by night. You know, so that's the idea of extending. So you're not going to have a argument from us on this side on the extension of the runway. The good governance part of it, you will probably scrutinize it for good governance and making sure we're doing what is good and right. We don't want anybody accuse us of doing anything that is wrong. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I think I will take my seat, and I look forward to the committee stage, where again we will, you know, some of the members, at least they didn't get up this time and say that they're still two together, that that the camera is on now, so our job is to educate the people about the process and what we see are the problems. So get up and tell not all when we committee stage we were nice, we were so cooperative. Yeah, no, that's what we're supposed to do. You want us to be fighting every minute? We can't fight every minute. We have to be able to do some constructive things. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first acknowledge the Leader of the Opposition for his debate. He actually spoke about the bill, Madam Speaker. And it's so ironic. I think it was in the National Parks Trust bill, Madam Speaker. Member actually jumped to his feet and almost accosted me for actually responding to what members were saying in the debate, saying I wasn't speaking on the bill. And right after that, we have a bill, and basically, you know, persons don't speak about the bill at all. Interesting. You know, but, you know, in my short time here, I've seen all kind of things here. But let me applaud and commend the Leader of the Opposition for actually speaking about the bill. And sometimes he has a little negative influence on him, but I don't make him act out what I would consider to be out of character. I don't see him as a camera guy. I more see others like in that way. But indeed, I will agree with him. We got some very productive and positive things done in the committee stage of the National Parks Trust bill. And those things would assist us when we're going through the Tourist Board Amendment Bill. And speaking about governance of statutory boards, there's some things which should be standardized, and there's some things that should be specific to the organization. So the areas which should be standardized, I believe we should have an easier time with those areas because of some of what we did on the National Parks Trust bill. But the areas where that have to be specific to tourism, of course, we will put our collective intellects together and come up with the best amendments to the bill if necessary. Madam Speaker, just in responding to the debate, I won't take too long to respond to what many members said. Members use it as an opportunity to talk about how they see tourism in general. And, quite a lot of it very negative, Madam Speaker. And I won't join in with the negativity. I guess it's the opposition's job to point out the things which are going wrong. But I see my responsibility as at least balancing it and sharing what is being done in a positive standpoint, Madam Speaker. And it's not that we don't see some of the problems. We see the problems very clearly. And of course, the opposition in some instances makes it seem like some of these problems just dropped out of the sky. These problems never existed before. These problems started with this administration. That is quite common. And they also make it seem like all of these problems are the fault of the government when we have a full system that we need to address and correct. So we see some of the challenges, we see some of the problems. We recognize the reason for those problems, and we as a government are going to fix those things. We are in the process of fixing those things. Leader of the opposition spoke about procurement and threshold values. He was right on target there. We are going to bring the Procurement Act here, and one of the things that we're going to change are the threshold values. Threshold values for requiring a contract, threshold values for major contracts, and that will have some positive impact on the procurement process. There's some other things that we need to do as well in looking at that Procurement Act. It's been a few years since it's been around, and we can address that. We have problems that have to do with the inefficiency of the public service. That is something that we are plagued with as a country. We have to recognize that in a lot of ways the public service is broken. It is broken, and it needs to be fixed because it's far less efficient than it needs to be. And that, it reveals itself in a number of ways that the public is dissatisfied with. And we as leaders, obviously, we were not the ones who caused the problem, but it's our responsibility to fix it. I believe the Public Service Management Bill that we passed will go some ways in helping us and to fix it, but there's some other things which need to be done. And in fact, government, all the parties involved, governor, deputy governor, attorney general's chambers, Ministry of Finance, department heads, permanent secretaries, we all have to get together and have a real heart-to-heart about how we improve the efficiency of government. Because we're not delivering public services with the efficiency that we need to. So we take that as a responsibility. So we see the areas which need to be improved, which need to be fixed, that have an impact on the tourism product. But just to balance it, Madam Speaker, when we spoke last night, especially, you would think that we're having the worst tourism seasons ever in our history. You know, you would think that tourism is going down the toilet, going down the drain, Madam Speaker. Would you be surprised to learn, Madam Speaker, that first quarter 2024 is the most visitors we've ever had in the history of the Virgin Islands? Would you be surprised to learn that? Would you be surprised to learn that the first 6 months of 2024, most visitors we've ever had to start the year? Would you be surprised to learn that, Madam Speaker, based on how we are speaking? Would you be surprised to know that 2023 was the second most visitors we've ever had in a calendar year? And I would say 2019 was not that far behind 2023. We had a pandemic in the middle. So, Madam Speaker, there's great demand for this destination. And we're still the sailing capital of the world. I don't care about no Rhode Island. Apologies to the people of Rhode Island. This is still an excellent and wonderful place to visit. This is why you have persons from all over the world. Persons who have the choice of being anywhere in the world, billionaires and millionaires. They come to the BVI to build a home or to buy a home. You have persons, I mean, I'm often sometimes surprised in the circles I go to. And the person say, oh man, I love the BVI. Oh man, I'm coming to the BVI this Christmas or this November. I go all over the place. I go to Monaco, members of government. Oh, I have a home in the BVI. I mean, you go all over. I was just in the United Kingdom. Just casually speaking to somebody who walks in the parliament. They say, oh, my parents and we came to the BVI like 10 years ago. Best trip I ever took in my life. We want to come back. The Minister of the Overseas Territory, Stephen Doughty, he visited the BVI. He said it was the best trip he ever took in his life. And we don't feel no way to call down our product. And we're sitting down here ashamed of the BVI. I mean, Madam Speaker, sometimes I just can't understand it. How negatively we speak about the BVI. In fact, Madam Speaker, we all should be ambassadors. We all should be ambassadors for the BVI. We should be telling the whole world, we out here broadcasting to the whole world how terrible the BVI is. We should be broadcasting to the whole world how much this place is a place that everybody should come and visit. We just here and we just dumping on the BVI every opportunity we get. Madam Speaker, I sat down and I listened to people. I could never understand this thing, Madam Speaker. I start to speak and all kind of people start mumbling, they start looking around the place and they get all agitated in their seats, Madam Speaker. I can't understand this thing at all. It's only words. The words are having impact, but just words, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the BVI is still a premier and premium destination, Madam Speaker. And there are things that need to be done that the members acknowledge, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we almost downplayed what they call it, the little plane that's flying in there, American. call it American Eagle, not even American Airlines, it's American Eagle. We downplayed it, Madam Speaker. Let me say a little bit about airlift, Madam Speaker. This government and the Minister of Communications and Works led the way should be commended for what has happened with airlift. Instead of us coming here to the House of Assembly and minimizing it and downplaying it, I heard somebody say on the radio the other day, I was so surprised to hear this. They say, well, they were trying to take away credit from the Minister of Communications and Works. They say, well, American Airlines were coming here anyway. I know the story to be so much different. Minister of Communications and Works was relentless to get American Airlines here. Not just American Airlines, all kind of airlines. He was trying to get direct flights from Miami to BVI. And we talk about how many flights. We talk about how many flights used to come here from Puerto Rico, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, that in itself should show us that somebody along the way dropped the ball. Not long after we extended that runway, I can't remember when it was, it had to be late 90s or early 2000s, not long after we extended that runway back then, you know, American Airlines pulled out of Puerto Rico.
Is your mic on, Honorable?
Yeah, it's on now. Yeah, I think the Premier knows better, but for some reason he's saying things that he shouldn't be saying. First of all, the airline that comes here is American Eagle. If you don't believe me, look on the insignia on the plane, American Eagle. You can say what you want. You go to St. Thomas, it says American Airline. And I hope I don't have to get up again to correct the Premier. But the airport runway was extended 2001. American Eagle pulled out for here 2013. That's not shortly after, a decade after. So say the right thing. You know better. Say the right thing.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for letting us know the date when American Eagle pulled out of Puerto Rico. Thank you for that. But the member does not have to get sensitive, as though what I'm saying is directed at him. I was grateful for the work they did to extend the runway. But the reality was, Madam Speaker, and this was a Virgin Islands party government that extended it, and I'm proud of that. But the reality is, we needed to go further. We needed to extend further to get flights directly from Miami. At the very least, to get money, direct flights from Miami. We dropped the ball. We dropped the ball. We needed to extend further, and then American Airlines pulled out of Puerto Rico, and everything came out of Miami. And those airports, we come in here, we Virgin Islanders come in here praising everybody else's tourism product. All kind of people who don't have half the visitors that we have, we come in here extolling how much further ahead than the BVI they are. And all of them had the runways to be able to get flights directly from Miami. I can't get there. Don't get too anxious. Yeah. But we didn't have the runway. So when American Eagle pulled out of Puerto Rico, we were left in a difficult situation, and everything started to go through St. Thomas at that time. And some of the same airlines that the member for the third spoke about, whether they had a flight in the morning or not, we had to rely on them to meet our airlift needs, which we were grateful for. Let me just say that. We're grateful to all our partners who assisted us and continue to assist us through a difficult period. But I mean, some of us should be ashamed to speak about these things because we were there. We had the opportunity to fix these things. Now we're telling you how much studies we're studying it to death. Who is it who is studying it to death? Who was it who was studying it to death? I mean, come on, Madam Speaker. We should commend this administration and this government. The last attempt to get a direct flight from Miami to the BVI was a failed attempt. Took $7 million for airline and nobody ever hear about in their whole life. We don't know the people, we don't know the company. Somebody with a good story. And we gave them $7 million to make a regular trip to the BVI. And it was a failed attempt. It didn't work out for the people of the Virgin Islands. And because a little time passed and we think people forget, we're going to come here and criticize and minimize our effort to get a credible organization, American Airlines, with their subsidiary American Eagle, to fly here up to 5 times a day. And when you talk to the people in the industry, they tell you how much of a difference that flight has made to the tourism product. So politics is politics, Madam Speaker. Politics is politics, but let's be fair. Let's be fair. Let's not mislead the people of the Virgin Islands. And we start talking about hotel developments. We had every opportunity before to make Prospect Reef a reality. And Madam Speaker, we're going to make Prospect Reef a reality. That's my solemn pledge to the people of the Virgin Islands. And very soon you're going to see an expression of interest go out. It's being worked on right now. We hired a lawyer. We have a lawyer working on that right now, and it will soon be issued. But in the past, we had every opportunity to make it happen. So if I was the one who was in government and I had the opportunity to do it, I would just be quiet. I would be silent. Because all I would be doing is bring attention to my own inability to make it happen. And then we're going to criticize somebody else because they halfway through a term criticize somebody because it hasn't happened halfway through the term. You know, those things for me are extremely disappointing, Madam Speaker. But be that as it may, it's politics. Some people may be fooled by it, but individuals who are being fair and who are apprised of the facts will know that it's not fair. That's not fair. So I just ask the members of the public to pay very keen attention. Pay very keen attention. The things that need to be done are being done. And some of the things which need to be fixed, we will put all our time and attention into fixing them. One of the things that we're doing in the tourism product is that we are opening up beaches. Opening up beaches outside of King Garden Bay. And necessary to do that was to build bathrooms. Yes, we're going to be criticized because Bush overtaking the one in Bruce Bay. But this administration came to office, and instead of just talking about the bathroom in Long Bay, we went and built a bathroom in Long Bay. We went and we did the same thing in Bruce Bay. We're going to go over to Virgin Gorda, whether it's Savannah Bay or whatever bay, we're going to build a bathroom over there as well. Yeah, Trellis Bay as well. People talking about a welcome center, they're criticizing you for it. We just go ahead and we do it. And what happens is we just, whenever something is being done by the government, what we conveniently do is we just ignore it and then just start focus on another problem without even acknowledging that that other problem was solved. It's a political tactic. But anyway, Madam Speaker, I'm gonna learn to brag more. That's what I need to learn to do, and take more pictures. It's not naturally a part of my character. I just do what needs to be done. I just do what needs to be done. But I'm gonna learn to brag more and take more pictures. But we still have a lot more work to do, Madam Speaker, before we get to the point of celebrating. We are laser focused on what needs to be done to take the Virgin Islands forward. And we're going to encounter challenges, Madam Speaker. We'll encounter lots of challenges as we go along, but let me just reiterate my confidence in the team that we have in solving the problems which are before us. And I know a lot of times these problems, they're demoralizing. People get tired. People get weary. You know, sometimes it feels as though, I know the Minister of Communications and Works right now is, you know, he's trying so hard to be able to rehabilitate all the roads in the territory, and he's coming up against a lot of roadblocks in the system. The system itself putting a lot of roadblocks in front of him. But he's fighting. And we're going to have a breakthrough, Madam Speaker. We're going to have a breakthrough. You know, that's asphalting that we doing right now. That was about a year ago since we've been trying to get that done. About a year. Same thing with this 38 miles of road that the minister put out. Have to be over a year now. We're trying to get that done. But the system has so much roadblocks to prevent you and stop you. We recognize the challenges with the infrastructure that we're trying to get done. But you have a whole system, instead of trying to help you to solve some of these problems, trying to prevent you from getting these problems solved. But we are going to overcome those challenges. And just like we saw the asphalting eventually start, we're going to see some of those major roadworks, which has established the proper base for the roads, proper engineering for the roads, the proper drainage for the roads. That's going to be established. And let me just say this, Madam Speaker. You know, we have some real hypocrites out there in the public complaining about how many holes in the road, all the potholes in the road. And as soon as the asphalting started to happen, they start to complain that it's being done without proper drainage or proper engineering. So let me just make this abundantly clear, Madam Speaker. That asphalting that's taking place now is to keep the roads drivable while we are preparing to do the major works, which would include drainage, which would include the proper base for the roads. We have to do both simultaneously. So we will asphalt. Take an approach, we'll get a lot more aggressive with the asphalting while we do the work needed to properly engineer the roads. And the Minister of Communications and Works know he has my full support on that, as the whole government is supporting him. So we're going to do what we have to do, Madam Speaker. We are anxious. You know, I was anticipating, Madam Speaker, that we wouldn't have this long debate because you know, I just want to get through this these COI recommendations. You know, we're trying to get these things behind us so we can focus more of our attention on the bread and butter issues affecting the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm just trying to get through these things. I didn't even want to really have this long debate on this bill because it's going to have time for us to spar on all types of issues. But of course, when certain things are said, they have to be responded to, Madam Speaker. But I'm hopeful that at least with the other bills to follow, we don't go through these long debates, you know, scoring political points or whatever it is, Madam Speaker. So I'm looking forward to going through this bill in committee stage, and let's do the work of the people, get these specific recommendations behind us, so we can move forward with improving the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill shall be cited as the Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. will now resume its sitting. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill shall be cited as the Tourist Board Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper so that the present Roman numeral number 18 becomes Roman numeral 16. And then Roman numeral 16 becomes Roman numeral 17. And Roman numeral 17 becomes Roman numeral 18. And that is all under public business, government business. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The order paper is so amended. I call upon the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled H. Lavely Stoutt Community College Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to.
And Madam Speaker, at this time I would like to briefly read the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, as stated previously with the other bills, the H. Lavely Stoutt Community College Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to modernize and strengthen the governance framework of the college, ensuring that it continues to provide high-quality education and operates with transparency, accountability, and integrity. The proposed amendments aim to align the governance structures of the college with international best practices. On one of the key provisions in the bill, Madam Speaker, establishes a good governance framework for the board. This framework is essential to ensure that the board effectively oversees the college's operations, maintains accountability in the management of its resources, and works diligently toward achieving the policy objectives set by the ministry. It mandates that the board develop adequate systems for financial controls, risk management, and performance reporting. The structured approach to governance will help ensure the efficient and responsible use of public funds and enhance the college's operational effectiveness. Madam Speaker, another critical amendment offers additional protection for members of the board. The amendment provides that in circumstances where a board member is acting in good faith and in honest belief that they are performing their official duties, they will not be personally liable for actions taken on behalf of the college. Furthermore, the bill introduces provisions which ensure transparency and fairness in how the college contracts services, thereby safeguarding public resources and building public trust in the institution. Madam Speaker, the bill also seeks to enhance the financial governance of the board, and additionally, the bill changes the college's financial year to align with its academic year for better financial management and reporting. The bill also introduces provisions to strengthen the ministry's capacity to ensure the board operates in the best interest of the college and, by extension, the territory. Additionally, the bill introduced amendments to the schedules to ensure that we focus on the correct composition and appointment of board members, also ensuring that such members are fit and proper and they are well equipped to undertake the necessary duties given the skills that should govern the board effectively. Madam Speaker, in summary, the H. Lavisseau Community College Bill 2024 aims to enhance the governance, accountability, and transparency of the college's board. By doing so, it supports the college's ability to serve our students and the wider community effectively. This bill strengthens the foundation of one of our most important educational institutions, ensuring that it continues to provide quality education, efficiently manages its resources, and operates with integrity for the benefit of current and future generations. I urge this Honorable House to support this bill as a necessary step toward the continued success and improvement of the H. Lavisseau Community College. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Given that there is no debate, I call on the Minister for Education to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable members for their overwhelming support in this regard, as we know that we have gone through 2 bills now with similar amendments, so we therefore move towards the committee stage to do the relevant work necessary to amend the bill and subsequently pass it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled H. Lavisseau Community College Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill shall be cited as the H. Lavisseau Community College Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55, one of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.